checking out all the super cool stuff at the Steve Shannon Tire four-wheel Jamboree Summer Nationals. Come on down towards the horse track on the infield. We've got the mud bogs in just about 4 minutes.
Tell them to get out. You guys are signed for photo only.
Okay. We're good.
Folks, we are set up here for the mud bog competition. We are here at Pennsylvania. The four-wheel Jamboree. We're going to have mud bog competition. We're going to have monster trucks. We're going to have freestyle competition, tough truck competition, side-by-side races. We're also going to have a truck pull. So lots of things going on here today. We've got multiple cameras set up.
At the Steve Shannon Tire four-wheel Jamboree, kicking off right here, right now, with today's Mud Bog Fun Runs. Thanks so much to Steve Shannon Tire for making all the quality family entertainment possible here at the fairgrounds. Mud Bogs in minutes.
We have one driver sharing his truck with his dog.
Let Craig know that we're about 2 minutes away from the national anthem. We don't want anything run.
Well, we got to get them all in.
Oh, okay. Oh, I guess if it happens, it happens. The mud are fixing to go. The 200 feet of fun is prepped and ready. Who's gonna win? The trucks or the track? Will the pit be the victor? At the last Jamboree, the pit won a whole bunch. At the last Jamboree, the pit was the champion. Do we have the horsepower, the suspension, the tire? Do we have the perfect package to get full runs through the 200 feet of fun? Or is the pullback team gonna have a lot of work to do today? It is the Steve Shannon Tire four-wheel Jamboree Summer Nationals and the Mud Bog Fun Run. Okay.
Can you make sure that they don't stay too deep?
Yeah, 10-4. Do we have the chalk out here?
Chalk is backed by the big K-rail on the other side of the dirt, facing out towards the
Okay. Here goes a brief God bless the USA.
All right, going into national.
Motorsport enthusiasts and four-wheel fans, we're going into the Steve Shannon Tire four-wheel Jamboree Summer Nationals. My name is Scott Heaton with Road Noise Entertainment. We are absolutely blessed to be part of the greatest nation on earth. For 250 years, we, the people, have sustained the great American experiment, and we will for another 250 plus, because we, the people, are the driving force behind the greatest nation on earth. So at this time, if you'd all please rise, if you're wearing a hat, uncover, and join us in the singing of our national anthem.
Laptop down. You want to bring her down to?
It was, and if you put it down to 50%, your input 3 up more if you have to.
Okay. There's 50.
Right, first name and even your mic.
First one's Aiden.
Oh, are you using what's the name? Wireless, yeah.
Aiden.
That was a little bit hot. You're a little bit, like you said, out there. It's got a last name? Louder, you know. So.
I just bumped it down a little bit.
All right. Awesome. Playing now. We'll go listen to it.
Yep.
Okay.
That's first in line.
Bell, send them up.
Hayden Bell and the old lady, the Chevy K10, going to be the very first one into the pit. Everybody going to get one hit during today's fun run of the 200 feet of fun. We'll get into true competition coming up on Saturday and, of course, into Sunday. Several classes, class 1 all the way through 6, I believe, in mud bogs. So we'll run into fun runs for everybody as the K5 rolls out with Hayden Bell. Timing and scoring for full runs through the 200 feet is done all through laser and electronics. There's a laser beam that they'll break to start their run. There's a laser beam at the opposite end that stops the timer. A lot of the classes, it will be on time. Some of the classes will be on distance. And this is going to tell us how well the pit's been put together. The initial pass through. If we see a bunch of water being pushed, it's not going to be a whole lot of fun. If we see some mud thrown, it'll be a groovy time. So running into the old lady with Hayden Bell. Okay. Stayed up on more than I anticipated. You see those ledges, those walls, the repainters. That's about 3 feet. Tall berms and bankage to hold all that good in.
72.4. 72.4, thank you.
72 feet, 4 inches was the distance on that initial hit in for Hayden Bell. So the 72.4 kind of gives him an idea of what he may need to do when we actually get into true competition in the old.
Yeah, he's waving and going back.
So the pullback crew has done their work. Drivers do have the option of hooking to the pullback or not. If you do not choose to hook to the pullback, boy, you're get out of your cab and do any kind of hooking so you can get yarded back out to the start line end.
Whoa, careful. Stop them with batteries run out.
I did not anticipate a full run through the 200 feet of fun on that initial hit. I really did think they would start pushing a little more slop than they did there in that 72-foot push. If you remember a year ago, they had a wall of water that they were pushing down to the far end of the racetrack. Took about 3 runs for the pit to develop. And the more runs, the better it will be. Once they're done here, they will get the excavator out. They'll stir that thing up like some witch's brew in anticipation of tomorrow.
Make this one way too long. Dude, these are our bread and butter. 2 paces away.
We have at 4 o'clock more of the motorsport attraction coming up with the stock tough truck and side-by-side practice. That will be on the opposite side of the infield from where we're at here on the mud bog. They give us a name on this one.
I don't have a name, guys.
I think it's Isabella Allen, maybe. Well, it could be Sean.
Sean Betzler.
Sean Bexler.
Sean Metzler coming up in the Ford Bronco. The second gen of the Ford Bronco is hooked, most likely a 351 Windsor motor. Sawing on the steering wheel, trying to get some friction, some traction, some momentum. As it dipped down, you watch the hood, you notice the nose of the truck diving down, trying to wallow its way out, not quite to the halfway point of the 200 feet of fun. Once forward momentum stops, that red flag comes out, indicating the driver he needs to shut her down. But as long as he's got forward momentum, they'll allow him to cleave that loud pedal to the firewall. Trying to let that Ford motor, most likely, as I said, that FE style block, the 351, potentially could have been replaced with a 460 as the red flag comes up with a stop. The halt of forward progress.
85 feet 3 inches. 85 feet 3 inches.
So 85 and 3, 85 feet 3 inches for Sean Metzler in the Ford Bronco. Conclusion of his run, the pullback team will do their job, yard him back to the start line. Remember, this is a one and done fun run. Everybody gonna get one shot at it.
Say again, please.
Bora, B-O-R-A.
I don't have
Gotta
a,
tell us a name. Bora is not the whole name.
Topo is the last name.
Bora Topol, got it?
All right, got it.
Bora Topol will be up next in the Chevy K5. The bow tie version of a Bronco.
They're good with what I propose. They have They said has 2 frame but so you talk about so then we'll just mention that. Is what it is. They get to make money. But bad luck because Jake Vito and that guy was like this. So his wife was probably didn't like it in some ways. It's like, I don't want to get into it. Are you guys okay if I do this? They're like, yeah. We're not going to bet your starting price.
Bora Topol got up on that elevated start pad, looking for a launch. The best run so far has been 85 feet 3 inches, and yes, the inches will count when we get into the money rounds. An OK5, those were super cool to see when I was in my 20s, because typically they had a seat in the back with a keg. Yeah, never did get cleaned out. The warble and borble, costly, probably was a 10 or 15 foot costly mistake by not being able to have that thing cleaned out and high on the R's on entry, but still digging its way through. Look how busy the driver is, sawing on the steering wheel like he's running a crosscut saw. Forward momentum has stopped. And with a stoppage of that forward momentum from Bora Topol in the Chevy K5.
88 feet 4 inches. 88 feet 4 inches.
And goes out to 88 feet 4 inches to be the biggest hit so far. 3 runs in toward 15 in the fun run.
Next one I believe will be James Yoder.
James Yoder. Copy that. Thank you.
Up next is going to be truck number 17, the 3/4 ton Ford named Antisocial, and James Yoder. I would rather not hear you, so I'm going to drown you out.
Safety first. Got my caution light on.
The long box single cab 3/4 ton. James Yoder is Antisocial. For a guy with a truck named Antisocial, he sure has a following here on the fence line. Either that or they just like saying, "Go Yoder!" Oh, 4 low. I think he made the wrong gear choice. Red flag almost immediately, and that low gear did not have the wheel speed on entry into the pit to be able to.
55 feet 20 inches.
55 feet and 3 inches that time for Yoder. As he did not quite have that wheel speed, probably changed it from 4 low to 4 high when he actually gets into true competition.
I don't know if it was Andy or what. This other person's also running this, and they said it was okay.
Yeah, I already mentioned that. We had 2 drivers and 1 driver. They're coming right back. Not the same.
All right, that was just a question. All right, next one up will be Dan Allen.
Dan Allen. Copy that.
Actually, the mud kind of left a cool paint scheme. Kind of reminiscent of, what was that guy's name? Brian Bartle in the Little Tiger monster truck? Guy from Minnesota years back.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Andrew Pollock.
Was it Andrew or Nelson?
Pollock was the artist.
Yeah.
He used to just,
Yeah, that was it. Andrew. Yeah, anyway, yeah.
Oh,
Another one of our Ford Broncos, the brown cow. That's a blue cow, Dan Allen. Got a co-pilot riding shotgun, the next generation of mudbogger.
why do we have a passenger? Stop. 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 Does anybody hear me?
Hey, stop.
There's no passengers in my box.
Say it again, please. Hold on. Again?
And I said absolutely no passengers.
Passengers. Passengers, gotta get out.
So a little bit of communication going on with the driver. For safety's sake, and safety is always first, No passengers will be riding along in the mud bog pit.
Light, guys, but there were just no passengers in the wheels. You got one truck upside down in mud, then you got two people not breathing. Which one are you gonna save?
So as a discussion is being had there at the start, the elevated start platform, they'll pull our passenger out and get ready for the driver, which is Dan Allen in the Ford Bronco. Biggest hit so far, 88 feet 4 inches. The short wheelbase Bronco. See what kind of horsepower, see what kind of gearing choice he makes. That's a 4 high start. Wallows in, gets a little left out of the groove. And forward momentum is going to be halted. I believe that is going to rival that 88-foot hit we've had so far. So we'll get the official number. 100 feet 4 inches, so just over halfway for Dan Allen and the Bronco as the pullback crew does their job getting him yarded back out of the mud pit.
Next up, Jeremy Belton.
Jeremy Milton in the Junkster going to be the next one to go in the Jeep YJ. Activity still coming up today at the conclusion of the Mud Bogs. 3 o'clock today, adult and kid games at the main stage. Go see my buddy Joe Pagano. From 4 to 5, stock tough side-by-side practice. That will happen on the opposite side of the infield at 4 p.m. 5 o'clock today, from 5 until 6 p.m., you can go meet Dennis Anderson, the autograph session at the King Sling booth. Then 6 p.m., monster truck racing freestyle and modified tough truck practice coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. And the brand new Jambo Roadhouse Bar and the karaoke session that Crazy Craig wants to win happens from 7 until 9 p.m. As we get the YJ up onto the lot of Jeremy Milton in the Junkster. I still haven't figured out the Jeep thing after all of these years. Oh, tried to shift. That's always a tough thing in the mud bogs unless you've got a whole bunch of wheel speed already. Trying to lower a gear is going to be costly.
64 feet 5 inches. 64 feet 5 inches.
4,
64.5.
5.
Copy that.
64 feet 5 inches for you.
Jeremy Mudluck.
So the Jeep went 64 feet 5 inches. Maine.
Repeat the name. Jerry Maine.
Jeremy Mudluck.
Jeremy Mudluck.
Zachary Mudluck. All right. The Big Pile Chevy K10 is coming up next. Yes, it is named Big Pile. Zachary Mudlock. And if you're going to be a mud bogger, having a name like Mudlock, that just goes hand in hand, right? In fact, if you weren't a mud bogger, there's something wrong with you. You get a last name like that, you got to chase it. And look at this. He's got Old Glory, the American flag, hanging off the back of the bow tie. 100 feet 4 inches is our biggest hit so far, and it was done by a Ford Bronco driven by Dan Allen. And that is definitely a Midwest Northeastern Chevrolet. I'm on the West Coast, and none of the trucks out there have the cancer around the wheel wells like they do when I come to the Midwest or to the East. But that's because you guys dump down salt, which is probably a lot better than the chemical that we use at home. I don't know, maybe not. They put chemicals in our food, why not on the road? Actually, it'll probably be put on the road before it's being put on our food. So the Chevy getting ready to play. Gotta love the old copper. And the forward momentum stops for the Chevrolet.
All ones.
100 or 111?
1.
Be 111 feet 1 inch that time. So we got a new leader from the big pile.
Dakota winner.
Dakota winner coming up in a Toyota. Toyotas came with a 20 or 22R. I would doubt that this one is still powered by those 3 squirrels and a mad cat. Most likely a shoehorn, a 305 small block Chevrolet into that Toyota. That's what everybody was doing back in the late 1980s into the early 1990s. If you had a Chevy S10 of any kind, if you had a Toyota of any kind, you were taking out the boat anchor motor that they came with and putting in those small block Chevrolets. So 111 feet 1 inch for the big pile to lead us here in the fun runs. Wheel speed, momentum, very, very crucial. Able to get off the line and leave that loud pedal up against the firewall. As the Yoda comes up, Dakota winner in a step side Toyota. Can we get past 111? Will the Yoda be the first to get all the way? That's what wheel speed will do for you. We're going to have a new leader in fun runs for Dakota winner. Dakota's going to go out there about 140, maybe 150 feet-ish. That's why we'll rely on the number caller.
138.2.
I heard 148.
138.
100.
Next one up will be Paul Reinheimer.
138 feet 2 inches for Dakota.
Paul Reinheimer. Get that one.
Paul Reinheimer and his Toyota will be up next. So the Toyota of Dakota winner just showed us what the complete package could do when you've got the tires, the suspension, when you have all 3 of those and you lay a driver in it, there's absolutely no qualms against mashing the loud pedal and letting the motor eat. Start to get our race groove developed down there past the 100-foot mark. Those that come behind Dakota winner. I think the step side look on a Toyota is kind of cool. That actually looks like some kind of a Dodge bed on the back end of the Toyota. Again, that is absolutely not powered by the original 20 or 22R motor that came in the Yoder. Paul Reinhammer in his Toyota. Number to beat currently is 138 feet and 2 inches on that 200 feet of fun. So we haven't quite made it 2/3 of the way down the pit so far. Wheel speed, momentum, horsepower, and fling in the mud. Paul Reinhammer trying to crawl his way out, get a time instead of a distance. The first full hit of the day for Paul Reinhammer.
It didn't turn the timing system off.
21.07 seconds. Everybody else is on the outside looking in at the first full hit for Paul Reinhammer in the Toyota.
Miller, you still out here? Bell, do you know why the timing system didn't turn on?
Should have roughly six more hits in the pit here this afternoon to kick off the motorsport attraction at the Steve Shannon Tire
Well, we only got a couple.
Four-Wheel Jamboree Summer Nationals. Beautiful sunny downtown Bloomsburg.
Manually stop.
No better place to be than right here, right now, all weekend long. The sights, the sounds, the energy and excitement that only comes with the Four-Wheel Jamboree. All sorts of super cool stuff going on. Main stage fun and games for kids and adults. The brand new Jambo Roadhouse Bar. Yeah, and the beer drinkers behind me are salivating. Really? There's some place here that'll feed me drinks when my cooler is empty? Yay. Yeah, he's got that turned down. Just do what he wants. He's the sound man.
Have the start line wave their hand, and I'll try waving down here to test it one more time.
So they are checking on that timing and scoring system, the electronic laser eyes that start the timer when they trip the beam. There you see those upside down 5-gallon buckets, the white ones. Right now they're testing it. That's going to trip the timer. Now at the other end, they'll wave their hand to break the laser beam to stop the timer.
No, I'll just do it manually.
Coming up this afternoon on the opposite side of the infield will be the stock tough truck and side-by-side racer practice. Once again, that will be a practice session and give them opportunity. It's kind of like a fun run. Give everybody a chance to do a little bit of a shakedown.
Who's next?
Amber Babachek.
Amber Babachek. Copy that, thank you.
Coming up next is Amber Babinchuk, Attitude Adjustment Chevrolet. Called the Slow Blade. Well, the truck's name is Attitude Adjustment, but she has written Chevy Slow Blazer in the comments. What the hell is going on there?
What time you got?
232. I don't remember her name.
Amber Babachek?
No, the girl in the car.
Oh, Mel.
Mel.
Melanie.
She came around and was checking on me last year. I was like so thankful because I was kind of stuck. I'm like, she would drive by. She's like, "Get something to eat." I'm like, "Fuck, that'd be great. That'd be wonderful."
Yeah, she brought food for all of us. I pay her to make food, and then we also supply lunch. You get your choice. Something's gonna hit, right?
All right, Amber. Amber Babinchuk. I am killing that last name. My apologies. My Idaho education shows when you got more consonants than vowels, or more vowels than consonants, it gets a little tough. So, Amber, does she have the package? Motor sounds good. Tires look good. Just wasn't quite aggressive enough off of the start. You watch those two, one that went all the way through and one that went 138 feet. That first 40 feet is absolutely nothing the way they come off of the line. So that's going to stop the forward progress for Amber in her Chevy, the Attitude Adjustment Chev.
7 feet 5 inches. 409 feet 5 inches.
109. That's weird. 109
Next
feet
up will
5
be
inches.
Rich Young.
Rich Young.
Rich Young and his Chevy K10 coming up. Show and shine numbers good, like better than or
Everything's up.
everything. Cool. Like it. Oh! Oh! I was positive he's gonna get it. Oh. I could make woman driver jokes right now, but I won't. But maybe I will.
Can't do it.
Looks like she may have a problem. I can see her trying to manipulate that thing into reverse. It's the R. When you put that in R, it goes backwards. But she possibly could have a mechanical issue.
Yep, pulling her out.
Oh, there it goes. She just wanted to watch that dude in the red shirt waddle down there. That's the sexy walk of a broken man. There you go, Amber. Good on you, kid. As she finishes out her run in 109 feet and 5 inches. So Rich Young is going to be coming up next as we're getting down to the tail end of our fun run hits. When you're multicolor, you're multi-great. And when you can take that multicolor and put some patina into it, I blame the Gas Monkey Garage for legitimizing and popularizing what in my day was immediately sanded and at least primered. Good thing about the 1980s and 1990s, that primer gray was kind of cool. And now they call it patina. The Chevy K10 has a name. It's a family show though. All right, wheel speed and momentum. We've had one all the way through. Good wheel speed. Momentum is starting to get sucked away by the pit. And the pit continues to win Only one time has the pit fully been trudged through. Will time number 2 come up? And blasting out the other side.
Need a pull from the far side.
1829?
I don't know. It's like it's got the dot in the wrong spot. 1829.
Oh, 18.29. 1829 for Rich Young.
Alright, Lee, after this is Dan Stavage. And then there's only one more. The blue Bronco there broke, will not make it second. Driver pass.
Is it raining?
Copy that. One more to go. Good job, guys. Good start for the week.
2 to go.
I think the other guy's broke. It's going to be a scratch.
Well, we didn't get Isabella Allen in a Bronco.
That's the one I think.
We didn't get Walt Brennan in a Jeep. And Addison Noble in a Jeep Cherokee. So the Ford.
I see 2 clean cars. So maybe Dave didn't get it right.
Oh, it is raining.
Is it?
Yeah, I could hear it on the, but his windshield is all spots on it. Just lightly drizzling.
I'll take your word for it. I can't hear or see. So.
I was watching my wife the other day like this. Come on. She's got glasses.
No! Refuse!
That's crazy. This should be Dan Stavish in the half-ton Ford. #1 selling truck in America for the last 40-some years.
So it looks like Cherokee is coming.
At least according to the advertisements. Get out, turn the hubs in, smart move. Can't really tell from here, but it does sound like maybe they do have a V8 in that thing. A lot of those in that year, make and model, they came with that 300 straight 6. If you're going to go bogging, though, you probably have done some motor mods. Even if you're in the more stock type classes, you still want to make sure that you've got that thing primed, tuned to its optimum output. Uh-oh, 2-wheel drive. He only turned in the left front hub, did not turn in the right front. I said it was smart, but it was not. So Ken Stavish tries to do the 200 feet of fun in 2-wheel drive, and that ends up like most of my high school dates, short and quick. 57 feet 4 inches that time for Dan Stavish.
Last one will then be Addison Noble. Addison Noble.
So Addison Noble will close things out here on the fun run in the Jeep Cherokee. She'll come up, get her hit into the pit, and then we will be transitioning over to the other side of the arena, the infield here, at 4 p.m. for our stock tough truck and side-by-side practice. Don't forget there is that autograph signing with the world famous Dennis Anderson at the King Sling booth.
Everybody's looping up around to go out.
And if you're into 4-wheel drive, if you're into innovation, if you're into somebody that has absolutely put together a prime vehicle, stop by and see King Sling. Dennis Anderson, that guy is as history as motorsports is. I can't wait to be able to converse with him on the other side of the arena later tonight. Get a chat with one of the biggest superstars in motorsports. as he's hanging out with us here at the Steve Shannon Tire 4-Wheel Jamboree Summer Nationals all weekend long. And in fact, I have heard tell that there's a possibility of taking a trip through the pit.
Driving off the track.
Got a chance to have him get through the pit in one of his King slings.
Do not run this truck.
Do you have any control over the volume on the speakers?
A little bit. What do you got?
You're killing us.
Which
down
one?
All the way down the back there.
Music or voice?
The voice. All the way down the back here, man. You are absolutely blowing us out of the freaking seat.
Well, thank you for coming and telling me. The sound man said I was good, but
It's loud.
he must be older than us.
It's loud.
Turned her down, bud. Thanks.
No. It's got them all over the place. They either got to be out of the safety zone or we're letting them all out. What are we doing?
Last hit into the pit. Is that better? With a cigarette, gets you. I'm to your left. Is that better? Is that making you guys wish that I wasn't doing this? It's better? Cool. You want it up now? That old guy that just walked by said it was too loud. And he's old. Last one into the pit. Here she goes. Addison Noble. Bumping up against the rev limiter. 3 squirrels and a mad cat screaming. The official distance for
31 feet, 8 inches.
out to 71 feet. And that will conclude the Mud Bog Fun Run this afternoon. Next motorsport attraction will be the stock tough truck and side-by-side practice at 4 p.m. opposite side of the infield. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Good practice run. 44. Fourth fun.
Do you need?
Yes. I'm going to go take that back to scoring. Yes, sir.
All but 2. That's pretty good.
All right, so are you going to be on the other side now?
Yeah. Now I'm headed over to the booth over there.
Okay, I guess I'll just put that on a speaker over here. And, make that work. Thank you, sir. And it's going to be an hour and 15 minutes.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Right on the nut.
Thank you. Fucking thing locked up. God damn it. All right. All right, there goes our winner for this afternoon's fun run through the mud bog. All right, folks, we are here standing by for the monster truck freestyle coming up in just an hour and 10 minutes. We're going to remain live here the remainder of the day. Thanks for joining us. Hit that thumbs up, share us out on your social media. We are live from the Four Wheel Jamboree in Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania at the Bloomsburg Fairgrounds. Thanks for joining us. Like I was a little weak there. We got it now. So we're going to go ahead and reposition the Intimidator. We're going to pull it up a little bit so as that we've got a little bit better view on the left-hand side of your screen. You can see there's a light pole sticking up there along the left side of the screen, and to the right of that light pole, right about the middle of the screen as far as the height is concerned, there's a large white tire. That's one of the, how should we say, cones for a monster truck to turn around. The issue is that we feel like when the monster truck on the far side jumps and goes to come around that wheel or tire, that light pole there is going to block our view a little bit. We don't want that for you. We want you to have a perfect view. So what we're going to do is we're going to lower the mast, move the Intimidator forward a few feet, and then raise the mast again, and that should get that light pole out of our field of view. So thanks for being here. We're going to be back live with more action coming up in just 50 minutes. Thanks for being here. Hit that thumbs up. Share us out on your social media. Folks, we're back. We got the camera position taken care of here. Let's see if that takes care of it so you guys can see it there. And well, that's the left. We want the front. Should be there in a moment. There we go. That's what we were looking for right there. So with that, it's going to allow us to see basically everything that is going on here live. We want to be able to see the entire track simultaneously, because the way this race is set up for competition is there are two separate trucks, monster trucks, running in opposite directions at the same time. And so for us to be able to give you both of those trucks in one camera feed, well, this is the best location for it. Yeah, that is perfect. Look at that. There we go. Now, as you can see there, they are cleaning up the mud bog from earlier. Got to get that nice and pretty for the events later on. Again, we're going to have Monster Truck Freestyle coming up in just 35 minutes. So thanks for being here.
the track, see a visual overview of what they need to do. Alright, so side by side, and currently walking the racetrack, giving a visual overview of what they need to do. In the world of tough trucks over the years, I've come to find that there are two style of tough truck racers. There are the racers or that are racing for money. And then there are those that are racing for a story. And as I look down at turns 3 and 4 and scan over those participating, I can see at least one. At least one of them here will recount the story of what they did at the Jamboree. And if you guys look out there, you'll be able to see which one I'm talking about. Just read the size of the trucks. And the storytellers are usually the ones that end up either breaking their junk in half, rolling them over, or otherwise some kind of shenanigans. And I'm all for shenanigans as long as it's safe.
Folks, we got about another 10 minutes until the freestyle kicks off, and looking forward to this. So hopefully you'll stick around. Hit that thumbs up, share us out on your social media. Thanks for being here. Live at Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania, the four-wheel Jamboree, the 39th annual four-wheel Jamboree. Again, thanks for joining us. Hit that thumbs up, share us on your social media. Subscribe if you haven't already. Folks, we're going to be coming up here in just about 5 minutes. We're going to have freestyle and tough truck competition going on here.
Welcome to the Steve Shannon Four-Wheel Jamboree Summer Nationals. This is the Friday Scott Tough Truck and side-by-side practice session. We'd like to thank Steve Shannon Tire for making the quality family event known as the Four-Wheel Jamboree possible each and every year in Bloomsburg. But most of all, thank you guys. Thank you for your continued support of the Four-Wheel Jamboree Summer Nationals. Your energy and your excitement will absolutely carry the afternoon because it is time for the Steve Shannon Tire Four-Wheel Jamboree Summer Nationals Motorsport Attraction here at the Grandstand to get underway. But first, motorsport fans, four-wheel drive junkies, we deliver the greatest station on earth. For 250 years, the Great American Experience has been the shining beacon across the world of freedom, and it will be because of we the people for another 250 plus years. So this time, in recognition of our great country, our fantastic military, and everybody involved that makes our world turn, if you please rise, remove your caps, and sing along to our national anthem. Loading up, the South Dump Truck are going to be the first to go. Everybody's going to get one, get out, and get too loud. You were here earlier, you watched the drivers walk the racetrack. The start line is where they're at right now. That is the Steve Shannon Tire start line. The third time they get that tabletop in front of them, the time will stop. First of all, exactly quick. In cheesesteak, the Steve Shannon Cherokee was still on the showroom floor back in 1996. I've got a rental car out there. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to get in the game because I can make the money. I didn't spend the $7.95 on the additional insurance. And the skinny pedals right here, but the floorboard is the one that makes things happen. I thought that was going to be dastardly towards the rear end. I didn't know that tight paperclip turn here towards the second of the T-rail influence tabletops. Last number one is in the book. Now he's going to win up. I can tell. Now he's got the confidence. The truck gets great. He's starting to feel it. Remember those transitions I was telling you about earlier? That's one of them. That's probably the major one. Going from the dirt to the blacktop to the gravel, back to the dirt. Any of the stock class, it won't be as noticeable, at least for this guy. The faster ones are probably the transitions that take note of. Don't forget there's a lot of activity still coming today. Not only do we have the stock tough truck and side-by-side practice, Dennis Anderson is going to be signing off at 5 o'clock. You definitely want to stop by. If you're a motorhead freak, if you're a four-wheel drive fanatic, just stop by and watch the look at those fantastic times that you're located right there by the merchandise stand where you live on board in cheapskate. The Monster Ride Truck and just across the finish line for Zachary with a time of 2 minutes, 1 second, 2:01.23. And trust me, those tenths and hundredths of a second are going to count. They are going to matter later on, especially in that bottom one class. Next up is going to be Chelsea Eichel. Chelsea in Cherokee. The 99 model known as the Chino is getting ready to go. So Chelsea trying to be better than 2 minutes, 1 second, 23 hundredths. Always starting off a little bit higher pace than we previously saw. Remember, this is practice only. They're not actually running for any kind of payout or payday. Stop by watching the rear of that Jeep. They should stop by their local auto parts store and purchase some new shocks. If you're still battling after you hit the bump, there is suspension problems. That thing bounces on the rear end like my mother-in-law walking across the room. If you've got rebounds and frequent tires on the ground, you should, I bet you, I would bet there is a suspension company here of some kind on property that can get a help to Chelsea. In fact, if you're watching and you're one of those businesses, you want to walk over and sell her on the fact that suspension goes along with motor and driver ability. So, completion lap number 1 for Chelsea. I think that 2:01 might hold up. Here's a good drive out of that fire turn. Yeah, a little bit of distance on that. We'll leave with the tabletop. I wonder if she went faster, she'd drive right through that wheel bounce. Yeah, she comes around to the finish line. One final left-hand turn. And to the finish line. And she's on the top back. Wow, we have a race. 2 minutes flat. 2.00.01. So we have a new leader at Chelsea Eichel. David Sladke is coming up in the half of some behind the Toyota truck, which is still on the showroom floor back in 1994. He most likely was a 20 or 22 motor. Can't really hear it from here. Yeah, they didn't change that from the free-stroke to that yet. You can see that transition just from the first two to that third one a little bit quicker. Out of sorts. Should have the lead after a complete lap 1. Now he's got a split time of 50. That means he's going to be probably the point quicker than everybody else. Put him around the 140. Going back around the field one more time for David Land. Eric Bloomsburg is coming back to third quarter. I got to believe that he's going to over this practice section number. In turn 4, calling just a low one blast. Left-hand turn for David Flat in the Toyota. Coming to the finish line for a strong finish and a new quick time. It's going to be 1:34.56. So, slowing it down by 40 seconds as anticipated. Well, David Flatley goes to the top of the leaderboard down there at Bloomsburg. Most likely going to see Eric in that modified class as well as the dirt 4 Ford Bronco, the 95 model, the second generation of Broncos. Sponenberg is not going to have any compulsion against let that thing air out. You haven't seen anybody utilize the jump up to this point. I got a feeling we will here with the dirt 4 Bronco. Jumping on. Carbureted here. To keep this air fuel and just about down the downside of the infield is tough. So Eric in the dirt 4 catches split of 53. So a little off the lead, just by a half a inch. They're going to have to get more aggressive. That's right there. I did talk about that being critical right there.
Oh, gnarly! He's another consistent return entry to the tough truck competition at the Steve Shannon Tire 4-wheel Jamboree Summer Nationals. Off and running from Brad Burns. So Burns and Buck Hagen knows how to make the Chief fly. Watch this pivot turn. And then we'll settle right about here. He's going to try to creep it up. You see him come out of that turn and lay into the throttle. Next time, look around the buck naked, another smooth. Across that tabletop to the flat left here. This thing's out. Brad Burns is going to go to the top of the leaderboard in this practice session for the tough truck. 44 seconds split time, so he's well ahead of the lead side thus far. Just by laying on the throttle a little bit. Making the difference for Brad Burns. Burns is back out of a little bit. See if he's going to try to redeem himself the last 8th of a lap. He's back down way tons from lap number 1. So one last look into Brad Burns in the bucket. And he finishes one down 1:27.96. So he will go to the lead by about 7 seconds, 7.5 second lead here in this practice section, putting the pressure on everybody else when they get into those funny rounds later in the weekend. They're going to look at times and go, wow, I'm going to step up my program. Speaking of that, Austin Hennigs is the farmer especially. The half-ton ram with the flashing gun ball machine and old glory flying off. That's going to be a problem. Is that
Sticks community control, you know, lend a hand with the recovery services of Austin Headings. Usually when it's a dry line, you can see it piggybagging around underneath the truck. Could not see that. So if it is not dry in the shaft, or any joint, it is a lost transmission.
So we're waiting on the farmer's truck to be removed from the track. Now, once it's clear the track, then the next participant can begin their run.
leaderboard goes here in practice session is Jerry Mensch in the GMC Gym. The multi-color ride. His stage up and ready to go in his practice session. Couple more of these before we get to our side-by-side this afternoon for their practice run. Then we'll see you guys over to Dennis Anderson and King Slade. Sergeant's badge from Hunter Ride Trip Experience, merchandise stands are all booked in one spot. Take advantage of all three at the conclusion of this practice session. 6 o'clock tonight, Austin Truck Racing, freestyle, and modified truck practice. All these activities as we start things off. Gonna have about a minute and 10-second split. Absolutely for the game for the 4-wheel Jamboree. Cloud cover, nice. It is humid. That is one thing that I think a little bit to get accustomed to. Do not have humidity on a consistent basis. So the weeks that I do, it's tough. Tough start to the weekend, but by Sunday I'm usually acclimated. It is time to back to the head conditions airplane. So one final turn coming out for Jeremy Mensch. He's accompanying the GMC. Trying to finish strong, probably going to be about a 2:10-ish. On this practice time, that's what's wrong. 157.65. That's going to give him a top 5 time. It is. So far, Charles Wagner, Midnight Madness Team CJ7. That is not CJ7. That's Michael Miller in the red Jeep Grand Cherokee. So Michael Miller looks to be like he'll be fast. Some are nut trucks. Hey, go see Steve Shannon tire. He'll get you some rubber that doesn't do that. Just stand there for Michael Miller before he got something back on the course. There's the two of the driver's first recognize that he can be a little more aggressive. We come down to seconds count for money rounds. Throttle control and the ability to utilize the power to keep it to the ground is going to become very prevalent as we get into those money rounds and races. Yeah, they don't races for cash. Where we get into the we had fun runs in the mud bog this morning. We have practice sessions side by side today. You can always go to the 4-wheel Jamboree website to find out exactly the schedule of events as we went 142.20 on Michael Miller. The dump truck portion of this practice session. Now moving on into our side-by-side. There are only 3 side-by-sides. We don't have like 9 of them tomorrow. But for the practice session, we're looking at 3. Justin Bates, Andrew Squidden, and Noah Zenorka. Moving coming up. Jeff Hayes in the Polaris 170. Jim will lead us out. Left hand turn to complete lap number 1 in the Chesapeake. Split 55 seconds so we arrive at the dump trucks. I was up side by side looking so much quicker, but usually if they're quicker, it's nominal. So the Razors have a little bit more pleasant blow, but they are very confident and easy for them to high side. Now we need a turn. We're going to get a high side. It's going to be one of those left-handers back on towards from the green grass. You know, so there's 2 up there, and you're going to come into that. So Andrew's coming down, trying to get the quickest up to me. You're going to have to get him on it here in lap number 2. Just want to set the standard. 42 seconds left. On and on the top of that transition. Third, line up travel, all in 1/3. Nicely done there on what I expected a little turn. And hopefully this weekend that turn is going to get somebody. Most likely to modify, but you start running a little bit higher pace. And a bird to build up this and everybody else. Get that hook and roll very easily. Andrew Swiggin. Coming out to finish out. A 120.12. 120.12 fastest time of the day. For any category. It's Noah Soder's signature. You know, for as far as one. Short, narrow wheelbase.
All right, folks, coming up here in just an hour and 20 minutes, we're going to have monster truck racing and freestyle. We're also going to have the modern tough truck practice coming to you live here from Bloomsburg Fairgrounds at the four-wheel Jamboree. Thanks for being here. Hit that thumbs up, share it, subscribe if you haven't already. All right, folks, it's not going to be long now. The monster trucks are starting to line up. We've also got storm clouds rolling in from the northeast, so hopefully we won't have any more rain. Just 38 more minutes until we've got freestyle monster trucks here. So again, just 38 more minutes. We're also going to have tough truck competition. Just 38 more minutes until we've got freestyle monster trucks here. So again, just 38 more minutes. We're also going to have tough truck competition. Okay, we just had a really bright flash of lightning. Here, we were hoping that was going to hold off for a little bit. In fact, I'm going to put the mast down because currently I'm the tallest thing here. Okay, we just had a really bright flash of lightning. Here, we were hoping that was going to hold off for a little bit. In fact, I'm going to put the mast down because currently I'm the tallest thing here. All right, folks, so we have a heavy precipitation warning issued for our location. We have light rain falling. Hopefully this will pass, and we'll get right back to racing and freestyle monster trucks as well as tough trucks.
This town needs an enema. This town needs an enema.
get an adrenaline dump, we get the show we came to see. So I'll ask again, are you ready to fight tonight? The big boys and the big toys that are here to participate this weekend. It is my honor to introduce one of the best lineups anywhere on earth, and we get them live on a Friday night. And the very first driver I would like to introduce, an international monster truck Hall of Famer from Hagerstown, Maryland. Please welcome the old heads, Mike Waters and Brett Stillier. And right next to him, in one of the coolest rides you're gonna find, please welcome Chris the Horse and the Higher Education. And former King of the Beach title holder, probably the biggest thing you'll ever win in the industry in wrestling and golfing here this weekend, enter Jared Smith from Waukegan, Indiana, from DCT Powersports. He had a dream, he worked hard, he chased the dream, and now living the dream, it's David Oakley and Mike Crew. From Champaign, Illinois, from the Homecoming Racing Team, Contrary Wheelbarger. And rounding out the field in the American 250 round, a full Hall of Famer, please welcome Mark Wheelbarger. And one more time, make some noise for the stars of the show, your monster truck drivers. Washington fans, we do live in the greatest nation on earth. 250 years ago, 56 men stood in a room. There were no red states, there were blue states, there were the United States. There were no Republicans or Democrats. There were Americans. And for 250 years, the red, white, and blue, holding our American flag, given a beacon across the world of freedom. The great American experience by we the people. We the people have been 250 years strong. We the people have continued this great nation on earth for 250 plus more years. We the people. We the people have also been the ones who defended the red, white, and blue from the day of the complete turn. Please give a round of applause. Please show the screen for everyone the veterans of active duty in our United States military. And if you'd also please honor those that make a tremendous sacrifice. They send their loved ones into harm's way. They do so to ensure our rights, our liberties, and our freedom as United States citizens. So please honor the families of our United States armed forces. The everyday heroes in America. They dedicate their time to our communities. They dedicate their service to our communities. We should never be defending them, never be defunding them. Please give a round of applause to your firemen, policemen, and emergency services. And in conclusion, may God bless you, God bless Pennsylvania, and God bless the USA. If you'll please rise or remain standing and sing along to the one and only national anthem of the USA. qualified. 1 minute time up against the stopwatch. The fastest qualifier has been number 1 spot in round number 1. But it's a fair field, 1 versus 6, 2 versus 5, a 3 versus a 4. We'll have 3 winners. The fastest that come out of round number 1 in the semifinal round. For the winners, advancing to the Steve Shannon Tire Championship round of racing. And after that, what you need to see, what they need to do, monster truck freestyle competition. Mark didn't do any of that. I need to bring them to life on the count of 10, 9, 8. Racers, stay tuned in chat.
guy right here spent, I can't remember how many years in my shop. Lived on the Great River compound. He crewed, through Monster Jam. He was a great guy. He even lived in my old brick house we used as a bunkhouse. And there was about 8 or 10 guys that lived in there all the time. And he was, if you call.
parking lot or in the pit area. And I know you've done a lot of it, but I've done very little with fiberglass work. And the reason I've done very little is it sucks and I hate it. Right?
It is, it's bad. That's the reason it's not as bad in the wintertime. Summertime, your pores are sweating, they're open. It is fucking fiberglass and it totally does stuff. But he's got more of a problem than just cosmetic. Because to me, it looks like he broke a tie rod in. You look at the front wheels on it, kind of, everything's good right now. They're okay. So I think when he goes in, he can't look across the red and go down on one wheel and feel he broke a high point or tie rod.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that it's all guilty. Now, another thing that has changed over the years, back when you were younger, I was younger, that rollover, you were immediately forced to find the safety group out of the truck. From 70, probably 10 years ago, that changed. You guys decided kind of collectively that if we're safe, this thing's not on fire or danger of fire, just leave us in a little back.
Exactly. Honestly, it's easier to get out of the truck because you can get back. They have full containment seats in these things now, and they are tight kicking in and out of, especially if you're a little bigger guy. You know, like those skinny minis, they can run around there like a monkey and they can pop right out. But I would rather get the thing turned back over. As long as you don't have fire, you know, back in the engine department, then, you know, we just stay in the truck. And that's what you need. A good recovery crew, get out there immediately.
No longer than some of these guys that are hanging out on the side, yeah, like you're talking, they're leaving by point harnesses. At least 18 inches above your head. So you back up right. And another thing I like about getting the back up right with the driver inside, if the truck is good, the driver is good, keep going, man.
That's it. Plus, it makes the show go faster, you know, because we want to see more monster, more racing, more freestyle, and we want to see not hear West Coast operating. You know, unfortunately, we have to have motors out there to do our jobs. But anyway, here these guys are, and yes, the tie rod end is broke on it, and he's done pretty, almost 6 minutes. Body damage.
It's a pretty good hit too when you get all crossed up like that. You know, you guys don't build a suspension, you don't think about that sort of thing of coming down with the force of the 12,000-pound truck on the top corner at a 50-degree angle. There's nothing you can do to. You guys have taken these things and made them fairly bulletproof over the years. They're way better than they used to be. They're probably better in the future, but you can't compensate for that.
Absolutely. And the trucks have come a long way. I've got to tell you that, you know, back in the day when we really started getting rowdy and started doing backflips and stuff like that, we were only capable of doing one backflip successfully without, you know, wrecking the truck. When you bend the housing, you mess up a few other things, you know, some of the four-wheel brackets and all of that. So it was a big, I mean, it was a mechanical nightmare. Now we make the truck heavy, we were 10,000 pounds, now they got under 10,000 pounds. You know, the monster trucks and their new style trucks, we're weighing 30,500 pounds. Yes, but we can do multiple backflips over and over. I just can't do little backflips. And I mean, those kids, and I'm the judge there, so I'm marking over on the side of my judge panel, I put flips. And I put a, you know, an X mark for times 2, times 3, times 4. So they're doing, you know, 3 and 4 backflips in a freezer. You know, that's crazy. We never, you know, even 15 years ago, 10 years ago, we couldn't do that.
Well, one of the things that these video game generation has brought about is the backflip was made, and then all of a sudden, just like the dirt bikes, freestyle motocross, okay, so we can do a backflip. What else can we do now? And my gosh, I go like the monster truck guys went, okay, let's do a stunt out of a flip. I think maybe Son of a Digger might have been one of the first, is that you catch that moonwalk out of a flip. You know, and so now what's next? Because you're around the monster jam thing, you're around that mentality, the sensibility those guys have. So what is next?
I'm telling you, man, these guys, they actually have time to practice, to try all of this stuff. Back when I done it, you know, I didn't do it. It was like it was by accident. I accidentally started getting on two wheels. I accidentally flipped up on his nose. I accidentally double stopped him. I accidentally drove out of it. Now, like my kids all have competitors out there too. You know, purposely drive into a bicycle situation. Stomp the brake, go into the speed, and slam it in reverse and go into a loop. So that's a three-part combination right there that I couldn't do it if I had to right now. Like, those guys are so talented, so coordinated with it now. Like I say, you know, back in the day, Tom and I both were carnage drivers, and we didn't care about guns. Now these kids are like truck drivers, and they got it down to a science.
But you know, and I watch some of the videos, and I watch a lot of point and shoot driving, and then I see somebody like Tyler Minigan, and I say, and I watch someone like that drive, and it wasn't an oopsie. That was 3 hits down in his mind of what I'm going to do. So it's no longer, oops, my God, I got away with it. It's, oh shoot, it didn't go as planned.
Right, exactly.
All right, so once we get the Intimidator back over there, they'll probably strip that thing down and go to work. Got guys over there probably already putting parts and tools in line to do what they need to do. That's going to give us a transition into our modified tough truck practice. Okay, that's very good. We got a radio call that the All Brothers Racing team feel that they have the parts to get what's done, and hopefully we'll make that round of 1 of racing. Daddy, did you hear that? He did get a 22.7 something, 22.7 qualifying numbers. So we're going to get number 2 on the list. Dirt Crew will lead out of the 21.75 in Raminator, followed by the 24.83 of Maximus. The 28-10 of Higher Education, the 29.8 of Inventions, and then the DNF, they're on their very first get out for Mike Rogers and Black Stallion. So we do have only 2 practice hits here for modified tough trucks. Their competition actually just started tomorrow. And I know you think that group thing started back in the football days. Was there something other than that before you went into the monster trucks? Have you been a tractor puller? Have you been a simple truck driver? What else have you done?
Yes, I've done truck pulling. Actually, 15 years old. I had a souped up 1958 wheelbarger garden tractor, and I won my first trophy. The thing is in my museum. It's big as a dungeon. It was my first trophy I ever won.
So Dirt Crew and Black Stallion should be coming.
dropping the gear ratios back a little bit. That's a pretty snappy. They're just so damn so bad, and I got there and I swear, I only went about maybe 50 feet, and that was the end of grave digger. And I never got to listen to that. I apologize. And so, whatever happened to me, and whenever I the next town, I'll carry the spare transfer case. Whatever it took to get another one, I got it. And that's what I'll make my team better and better, and it's if you deserve it. You know, and that's one of two ways: either beat yourself or being beaten.
Way to go. So, okay, on that note, so I know that that was meant to be. How about those times that you did things like roll over in introductions? What was that like?
That was like very embarrassing. It's like, you know, it's like falling down the roller skating or slipping down on the ice or falling down in public or whatever, you know. So it's very embarrassing, and it was like, you know, you just looked like you just didn't have it together. But, you know, but then on the flip side of that, a lot of the fans, they thought it was cool. It's like, God, he's the man. He just comes sliding in the slide.
You know, over the years, you've had a whole lot of guys come through your camp going, I can't even begin to list the names. The one that I got to spend the most time with was Papa. And he carries the man So this is our semifinal. The winner here will be Rams Texas in the Steve Shannon Tire Championship round. We have a winner from Lakefront Country. And a gift from that.
You can still find them, just way late at night. As we go into the Steve Shannon Championship round of racing, we have Bigfoot Country winner. The opportunity to get this thing started. So as we get ready to go, I do need to know how many fans are cheering for the Redemption. And who's cheering for Dirt Crew? From Big Country winner, this is Brenda Long.
It's time to go green light racing.
Fire it up and send it down. Thank you so much, Bigfoot Country, as a media partner, and Brenda.
cameras. It's got infrared that can light up the hillsides. He's getting all of the action and streaming it live all weekend long. KLW News. on it, it's like 50 large.
It is very expensive, and I got to tell you, he knows there's a low pressure gauge, there's a light in there, and a lot of them have an AccuSump on it. The AccuSump is so if you have say like a whole pump failure, then it'll still give you about another minute and 5 seconds that you can run that motor because it pushes 3 quarts of oil through the motor. So that's how he probably got through his first round. Probably ran on the accumulator back to the pit.
if you guys heard it earlier, but they were talking about when the engines get off of horizontal. So if they're anything other than horizontal, they go up on one end or they flip over on their side. The system has an emergency sump system that squirts 3 quarts of oil into the engine until they can get it shut down, because these engines are what, $50,000, $70,000 a pop. So they do that to protect the engine so as that it doesn't operate without oil. Now he can go over there, refill his sump, take 3 quarts out of the drain pan or the oil pan, drain it out. Not all of it, like I said, just 3 quarts. Hell, he could probably even put it right back in to the emergency sump, and he's ready to go again. That's one of the safety things that they have nowadays. Back in the day when I first started watching this Bigfoot and others, they didn't have such things. Oh.
And they're rocking and rolling with a bigger. And I'm an all-American guy still living this dream from a kid, and it's just unbelievable. But I couldn't have done it without our fans, their fan support, and my whole family supporting me and what we've done and the choice of life that we had on the road. So once again, man, thank you guys. Come out tomorrow. These trucks are going to tighten up their nuts and bolts tonight. I'm marching through the pits, and I'm going to see what's up. We're going to have these guys throwing down tomorrow. We're going to come out with king slang. We're going to burn that mud pit down, and we're going to hook to the sled. We're going to either make history or be history. Some go, and some blow. So that's the old T&T saying. So here we go.
Wrong mute button. All right, folks, that's going to do it for today's events. We will be back here tomorrow morning with more of the 39th Steve Shannon Tire four-wheel Jamboree Summer Nationals here at Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania. So Saturday, it should be a madhouse, but we will be on the air at 10 a.m. And we're going to be starting with Class 5. Actually, we'll probably start at around 9:30 instead. We'll start with Class 5 and Class 3 mud bogs, which are some pretty radical vehicles. And then at 11, Dennis Anderson's going to have a autograph session at King Sling booth. At 12:30, monster truck racing, driver autograph immediately after. There will also be stock tough truck racing, modded tough truck racing, and side-by-side qualifying. At 3 p.m., we'll have Class 2 and Class 1 mud bog featuring Dennis Anderson Mudsling. And at 5:30 tomorrow evening, we will have a pull-off with all of the trucks pulling the sled. And then Sunday at 9 a.m., we will have Class 6, 4, and 7 in the mud bog. At 11 o'clock, Dennis Anderson will be signing autographs again. At 12 p.m., 12 noon, NTW National Tire and Wheel Burnout Competition. At 1:30, we'll have the stock tough truck racing and side-by-side brackets. At 2:30, no, that's not what we want. And at 3 p.m., monster truck racing and freestyle driving. And that will wrap it up on Sunday afternoon. So I want to thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody.
America's Greatest 4x4 Festival is back. The 39th Annual Steve Shannon Tire 4-Wheel Jamboree, Friday through Sunday at the Bloomsburg Fairgrounds. Monster trucks, mud bogs, tough trucks, side-by-sides, and new this year, truck pulling. Plus, meet and greet the iconic Dennis Anderson live with 2 King Sling creations all weekend. See acres of custom 4x4s and the latest off-road products in the performance marketplace. Don't miss the Steve Shannon Tire 4-Wheel Jamboree, Friday through Sunday at the Bloomsburg Fairgrounds. Buy tickets or register your ride today at 4wheeljamboree.com.